It is, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim. Today we are going to be getting ourselves back into my programming game, GGG, using Unity 3D. Um, Now, for those of you that might be joining me for the first time here, this isn't really utilizing any 3D. It is a top-down 2D real-time strategy style game. Um, I often refer to the game Majesty for it. So if you've seen that game, then I'm basically taking similar elements of that game and kind of trying to implement it into mine. Um, so at least that's the plan. Whether or not that actually works out as intended is, well, something that we're working on. So, um, game balance is going to be something that I'm going to need to kind of worry about. I'm going to be needing to kind of work on and make sure that everything's kind of working as intended. But that's that's going to probably require a little bit of help from you, the viewers, on that. Um, at some point in time, I will probably be putting this game out on beta. I don't know exactly how to go about doing that, but we'll we'll look into that one when we get there. That's that's a ways away though. I am indeed working on this by myself at this time. Um, if if a sound designer, if a artist, if a um, I'm 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 kind of doing this for um, kind of doing the code just for me to kind of get myself um, keep myself pretty much knowledgeable about what I'm doing when it comes to coding. So, and I don't necessarily have a good UML to hand off to, say, another coder. So I'm sorry if you're coming in as another coder and you want to try to work with me on this particular project. Sorry, I don't have the proper means of divvying out work efficiently on it. Um, so, and even then, this has been a project of mine for quite some time now, and um, I do feel as though I need to finish it. So, um, now maybe when we get to version 2, I'll look back on what I've built, make a proper UML out of it, and then maybe add some additional features, add some additional functions to it to make it into something bigger, or change it around to kind of allow for like maybe a fourth enemy or something along those lines, or um, try to work on 3D. It all depends on what's available. So, but if you have any kind of talent in a particular fashion or another, and you want to try to join me on this project, I mean, you'd have to join me every Sunday for it. I mean, unless you want to put the work in during the week, but I mean, uh, you'll definitely be completed a lot faster than I will. And even then, um, by the time if you get finished before I do, then, well, you're basically going to be waiting around for me to finish the project. So, I mean, if you're okay with that, then let me know. Okay. Go to my Discord, contact me through Twitter. Okay. Um, put a comment in the chat if you want. Um, but yeah, that's where we're gonna, um, I as much as I'd like to help when it comes to art, sound design, um, you know, um, animations, so on and so forth. Um, I can't provide much. So most that I can offer you is a small percentage um, of whatever money may come in. I, you know, I'm realistic on this, folks. There's a lot of games out there that come out pretty much daily. There's people out there that program these games out there daily. Um, and um, and some of them actually have the teams to kind of work with them on this. Um, so I'm going to be basically putting my game out there in an ocean of other games. Whether or not it actually succeeds or not, that's up to you. Um, I will work on it to the best of my ability to make sure that it's um, as well as good as I can make it. So that might not be that might not be much, but that's where my mind is. So I will try to make the best game that I possibly can make. Um, I will put it out there, and I'm gonna need you, the viewers, help to promote it or to help promote it, and send me feedback on it. So maybe some of you have some ideas as to what you know I could do on version 2. Um, so um, you know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. So, but that's where we're gonna go ahead and switch on over to live here. Let's get started on this. Now, um, let's see. I believe the game was running, but our prefabs for the monsters were not getting the animations that they needed to get. So there's our humans. See, there's our monster, and already, you know, it doesn't have the same kind of size. It doesn't have the same. It doesn't have any kind of animations to it. Blah blah blah. So already we're having a problem with it. So um, I will also need to kind of work on the resources as well. As you can see, there are not that many resources on the map. So I may need to kind of boost up um, the outer. lines of these objects as well, so that they kind of stand out a little bit more. Maybe we'll see. Um, but I can do that a little bit later. I'm just testing to see whether or not they actually can, be added in, and that um, we're able to kind of see and collide with them, and so on and so forth. So, all right, gonna go to scripts. Gonna open up um, our Visual Code, Visual Studio Code. Then we're going to need to work on the animations of all these guys here, so that we can add them up here. All right. Now, let's see. Hmm. It's interesting that we now have a. All right. Yeah. Then this is fine. We just need to fix all of that though. Okay. Um. Yeah, we're good there. Don't need that. I don't know why it keeps on opening up too, but it does. So. I mean, I can look into it, but it doesn't bother me all that much. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get our, steps for, modifying these animations and like so. All right. So, um, rename all these guys. All right. Now, change these. Okay. Now, select both of those. Great. Animation. Ghost. Tech. And then we add that to Ghost. There we go. Now, idle. Okay. There's that. There's that. Create animation. Ghost. Idle. Alright. Move that up there. Okay. Change these values so that we have same kind of size assets on the board. Animation, ghost, walk. Okay. So those are done. Now, let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's get agent out. Okay, carry. Hmm. Now, okay. Here's here's where things get a little interesting because now um, we're talking about, before with this, it was um, the um, we had it set for, just like a regular like ghost carry. But um, and or the workers, you know, was just like carry idle, and that was it. So let's see, carry idle, carry walk. So we actually had a specific animations for these two, and it could be used by all of them at this time. Um, there may come a time where I may need to say, forest carry walk, general carry walk, metro carry walk, sunzone, water, so on and so forth. Um, but um, that's gonna have to kind of change a lot of the structure of the code a little bit so that we can handle that extra input into it. So it isolates each of the animations properly. So, mm, I mean, I would have to really um, change this around a little bit to add in the specifics for, ghost, um, for ghost goblin, for ghouls, ghost goblins there. So, hmm, how am I gonna go about doing that though? Hmm, let's see. Hmm, I may need a third. Um, I may need to rename these and add a third, like, identifier in this. Hmm, Oh, hey there, Jedi. No worries. I won't. Um, you're not here. I get you. Thanks for stepping on by there, bud. I appreciate it. Hmm. So, see, as soon as I saw that, I probably should have realized the fact that I was kind of causing myself some potential problems here. So, hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, I need to change this up a little bit. Here, let's go ahead and add a new one. Let's go ahead and kind of Um, let's go ahead and do this here. So down below here we have, um, let's take Ghost for example. So we have three potential identifiers here. Now, as you can see, idle and walk are kind of like in the same um, column, I guess. Well, not necessarily in the same column, but I mean, carry, idle, and walk are all kind of in the same style or whatnot. Um, so what we can do is do something like, hey, we're gonna do like general, and then we'll just add these three in there, saying, hey, this is for our ghost, you have like your general animations with idle, walk, and attack, and then you have the carry animations with idle and walk in it. We could do something along those lines. Um, but there's a slight worry on that. So, like here, let me add this in, and then once again we add that into that particular column, right? Well, here's the problem. I have a general worker animation. So, let's kind of add these into this list here real quick. So now if I was to say that the carry needs to be a part of forest, for example, like let's say I need to do something like that. Well, these all have to kind of be bumped over as well. What am I going to put there? I mean, I can't really put general. That seems kind of odd. Um, so, um, naming conventions. This is of course if I have to add carry into the forest, okay? You know, if I have to add like an icon into on the bags representing the, specific resources. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if it's absolutely necessary. I don't know whether or not the player might request it. You know, they might. They might say, "Hey, Jim, I want to know, if my workers are coming back to the town, what they're carrying." They might ask that. Um, so like maybe if they see that one particular worker is being chased by an enemy or something like that, they may want to go, hey, get a hunter out there to protect this guy or something along those lines. Or they may sacrifice, townsfolk just to kind of save that one individual. These are all possibilities. Okay. Um, but they won't know unless I show them what exactly they're carrying in some fashion or another. maybe I just use it as a number, like, um, like if they highlight that particular worker, I'll show, stats for said worker, you know. Um, so I might not need an icon for it. I might not need a separate animation, separate um, piece of art for Forest Carry. I might not need it. I don't know. Sometimes the simplest visuals are the best for the player. So, you know, simple little icons or, um, you know, sound notifications. These are all, you know, tiny bits that we can just kind of add into the game to enhance the gameplay. But hmm, so let's add these in here real quick. So now general won't be carrying anything. It's just meant to build um, build barriers and like so they shouldn't be carrying anything back to the city. So this won't happen on that end. But I'm just kind of doing it as a um, to kind of show what I'm talking about a little bit. Yeah, I want these to have their own. I want these to kind of say, hey, these are the clear, different workers. But I should have something there. I don't want general. That I don't want that. That looks terrible. Um, let's see. Normal. Standard. There we go. I can do that. I can do something like that. So if I ever need to um, split these into, their respective, um, animations, then I can quickly do so. Okay. Um, so with that in mind, I'm gonna need to add um, So let's see. We're gonna need to kind of add and kind of cut this and move it into its own like separate category here. Let's see. Is the agent a standard, or are they carrying something? All right. That's a little concerning, the fact that there appears to be like a keyword for this. Okay, so we have the type of agent, we have the type of animation, type of animation to use. Let's see, and yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go protected string agent s. Type of standard. Okay, now let's go ahead and fix everything that's down here. So there's that. Add these in. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna have to go to the human. Okay. So we're probably not gonna be needing this anymore. We're just gonna do like a general for the most part on this. So okay. Go ahead and take care of this. Now um hmm. Oh, wait, hold on. We're putting it in agent, so is toggle standard. There we go. Let's see. Toggle S. Okay, then we'll take that. Let's see. Toggle standard. That. We don't want to play the animation just yet. We just want to set the values. So okay. Should be fine. Hmm. Okay, so that should be fine for that. Let's go to Warrior and fix this as well. Let's see. Let me make sure on this though. Right. Book, gun, and spork won't be carrying anything in particular, so they're always going to be standard no matter what. So, um, so we can just kind of take this and put that there for these three, and that will never really change. We'll never see a carry for any of these three individuals. So that should be fine. Let's see. Now we move to here. Let's see. We got ghosts. And let's see. Okay. Let's see. We have standard and carry with the regular ghosts. So, as well as the trap ghost, but so we can just kind of do those, and when it comes to the point where we're going to need to kind of switch over to carry, then we can kind of handle that. Is Agent T a ghost? Then you can switch it over to carry. Otherwise, don't bother. But we can kind of worry about that a little bit later. So obviously, I'm going to need to change the um, um, naming conventions that I have for my animations, but I mean, I can fix that in just a little bit here. So there we go. So we have all of our enemies kind of fixed on that end. Now we can move here, and now we're gonna need to kind of modify our naming conventions for our animations here real quick. So importing the scripts. All right. If I was to run this right now, the animations would be like, we you can't find it. So, um, so let's see. We want, let's see, name, lowercase, general carry, general, or no, wait, right, no, I have general, um, general's the standard, and carry is the action there, or the carries carries the standard. So yeah, that should be fine. So now we come here, and now we can do standard. So let me go ahead and kind of copy this because I'm going to be reusing it over and over and over again. Here we go. Okay, take care of all that. Okay. I'm hoping this actually works, to be honest. So it should. I mean, if I get everything kind of worked out the way it needs to be, then we should be good on this. You know, that's one of the problems when you're um, making game-wide changes that this potentially could be. You know, if you mess up in one small spot, it can really damage the um, it, it's one of the it's one of the ideas of why you want to kind of code test, code test, code test. The agile. Um, uh, you know, it's the agile philosophy. If you're using waterfall, good luck to you. That's yeah, no one in their right mind uses waterfall anymore. So if you understand what I'm talking about, if you don't, feel free to ask. I mean, I'll explain it to you if you're not quite sure what exactly I'm talking about. So, you want to make sure that you are able to throw, a little bit, uh, make the changes that you need to make, test those changes so that it it works the way you want it to work, and then you move on to your next set of code. If it is working properly, if it doesn't, then obviously you need to put in the fixes and like. If it just comes up as a warning, I mean, you might be willing to kind of ignore it, but be careful with that because it might come back and bite you in the end. Like it might be saying, "Hey, um, you're not deleting this particular um, asset or something like that. You might be creating yourself a little memory leak, maybe, depending on what you use. Obviously, that's not really the case when it comes to, say, Java and C sharp. But if you're using something like, C or C++, where memory management is indeed essential, then, you might want to, be careful. and take heed of those warnings because they might actually show you that you're messing up somewhere. You're not the code will still run, and you're still not having any, you know, you're not having any compile errors, you're not having any runtime errors, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're still causing problems in your code. So just bear that in mind. All right. Oh, wrong. There we go. Okay, and that should be it. Once more, checking everything out, making sure everything is kind of working the way it needs to work. Oh, nope, I'm not done yet. We haven't finished off our warriors yet. Okay. Take care of these. There we go. And this should be the last set. Oh, damn it. The, uh, what I also want to check out is making sure that um, the animator has the proper changes as well. So, alright, so that's all taken care of. Right, we haven't fixed our animations for these guys yet, so let's see. Let's go ahead and get rid of these guys. We we were adding the animations here. Don't need these guys anymore. Let's go ahead and rename these guys so that we get the standard in these as well. There we go. Let's see. Get that going. Need those. Now let's see. Where was I on in terms of um, what values did I need to kind of put in there again? Hmm, let's see. Let's go and check out here. We have these set for 60 frames. And then we modified them in the animator for reducing it down to, visually. So let's go ahead and change this. Now, again, I don't know whether or not I'm, um, whether or not I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot on this, but because the speed inside the animator allows for me to kind of change um, the um, rate of the animation inside the animator itself, I'm just doing, just like, 60 frames per second here and just, letting it kind of go on that end. So, is it wrong? Probably, maybe. I don't really know. You know, so far, all of my, um, all of my human and warrior animations are working perfectly fine with that particular distinction. So we'll just keep on working on that end. So let's see. Now, just in case, let's go ahead and um, let's see. Yeah, see, here's the human. So I've changed the animations inside um, I've changed the animations here, but the names haven't been changed here inside the animator. So let's see. Well, I mean, okay. The name has changed here in the motion, so that's good. But if if anyone kind of takes a look at this in of itself, then um, they might be like, well, what are you doing here? Where's the standard? Where's the carry? So on and so forth. So I'm gonna want it to change um, the naming conventions here within the animator as well to follow suit with the motions. So so that if anyone was to ever like say I finish this project off and I come back to it like 2 or 3 years later, if I see this, I'm gonna be like going, well, what do you mean? Is it the standard animation? Is it the carry animation? What is it? Obviously it's a quick glance, but still, you want to make sure that you have the right kind of naming conventions in there. Otherwise, you're just gonna cause yourself, more and more hassle later. So okay. Now this I need to add general to because once again um, we're not doing any kind of special um, icons yet for the other resources right at the moment. So we just have one carry animation, and that's it. So if if the player wants some kind of indicator, some kind of visual identifier for those bags that the workers are carrying, then obviously we'll need to change this up. But for now, we're just gonna kind of leave it at that. So, okay. Okay. There's that. There's that. There we go. Let's see. One last set. At least for the workers. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we got all the animations for with an animator for human taken care of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we are, or at least I believe we are. See, this is for the human controller here. Um, yeah, so let's see. Um, hmm. Oh, right. Okay, these are the my hunter or human hunter animations. So I need to go here and add these. So okay, there's that. That's the goblin. We want the ghoul. We got the attack. Scared. There we go. And now we need to modify the ghost. All right. Okay, that should be everything concerning the humans. So that's done, that's done, that's done, and that's done. So now let's get into the actual animations for the enemy. So now we're going to go down and grab our prefabs um, for the enemy here. So we want Ghost, Ghost Trapper. Let's go ahead and add the others in here as well because we're going to be um, adding to these guys. So there we go. So Ghost, add their respective controllers in. Goblin. Cool. And trap goblin. There we go. Alright, so now we can just kind of we can start kind of adding these into so we can just kind of go, hey, we're going to add you into there, we're going to add you into there, we're going to add you into there. So now if we go to the animation controller for the ghost, and now we should be seeing all three of them here, and we can just kind of organize them properly the way that we want to kind of see them. And now we can modify the speed here, so that the animations aren't like supersonic. So um, there we go. So that should be fine on that end. Don't think I have any other animations built yet right at the moment, so all these kind of need to be thrown away because they're not yeah, I don't think that's what I kind of want to do right at the moment, so yeah, I don't see that. So all right, let's go ahead and get rid of these. Okay, now that we have, and now that we got rid of those, let's see. Now we have. Let's see. Rename. Rename. Oh, I messed up. There. There we go. There we go. Preserve viewpoint. Apply. There we go. Now we take both of these. We create an animation, which is going to be ghost, carry, idle. Okay. Add that there. Rename this. Rename that. Change the values. There we go. Alright, now we can grab both of these. Animation, ghost, carry, walk. There we go. And we'll add that up here. Okay, now we can do trap idols. Change these values here. Oh wait, frick. That one. That one. There we go. Now we can grab both of those. Create animation. Trap ghost. Standard idle. Okay. Rename. Rename. T. Fly. T. Fly. We take both of these. We create the animation. Trap ghost. Standard walk. Alright, now we have all that. Now we can set these. Change this to 60. Now this might be a little bit different in that I may need to change the speed for these. You know, because of the you know, there's only 2 animations or 2 frames to this. So, you know, even though I'm setting this to be, you know, 0.1 or, you know, it's basically trying to do, you know, 6 frames per second, you know, with that 0.1, you know, normally. But seeing that I only have 2 frames, it's going to go through those 2 frames quicker. So, so we're going to go ahead and add these 2 into our ghost trap there. Ooh, which, did I grab both of them? I'll just add both in there again. All right. Let's see. We have ghost carry that we have to add into here. There we go. And we can put these. Yeah, let's do it this way here. So idle. Let's see. There we go. Okay, now that we have that all taken care of, let's check out our trap ghost and let's go ahead and, right, we don't need this anymore. Goodbye. There we go. And now we can modify the speed for both of these so it's not going a million miles per second. Let's go back to the ghost here real quick, and let's go ahead and make sure that our speeds are set here as well, which they weren't, so it's a good thing that I kind of checked up on that. There we go. All right. Now, all of our animations for the ghosts are done, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. So let's worry about the ghouls now. So okay. Okay, now we can create the animation. Ghoul standard attack. Okay. Okay, take care of these. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing this for all the enemy animations here there, folks. So give me a second while I modify each one of these. Okay, now we can create our animation. Let's see, ghoul, standard, idle. Okay, rename, rename. Let's see, serve, there we go. There's that. Both of those, create the animation. Ghoul, standard, walk. Okay, now we have the ghoul carry. Okay, there's that. Okay, so we take both of those, we can create our animation with it. Ghoul, carry, idle. Okay, rename, rename, 250, preserve, apply, 250, preserve, apply. Okay, now we take both of these, create the animation, ghoul, carry, walk. There. Now we have the trap ghouls. Okay. 250. Oh, damn it. There we go. Serve, apply. see. Oh, I'm messing up all over the place right at the moment. Animation. There we go. So it's trap, cool, standard, idle. Okay, rename, rename. Let's see. Okay. The animations. So trap, cool, standard, block. All right. So do that, 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 carry idle, carry walk, and then we add these into the ghoul trapper. There we go. All right, so now we can go to the animation controllers for the ghoul and the trap ghoul there. But we'll hold off on that just in just a second there. Move these over to there, move these down. Let's organize this a little bit. There we go. Okay, now we change the values and the speed values here, so we're not having the animations go a mile a minute. There we go. So that should be fine. Now we can go to our trap ghoul here and modify these. Change the values here. There we go. So that should be good there. Now we can work on getting our goblins set up. So, okay. Okay. Take care of these. There we go. So both of those are set. So now we grab both of these, create the animation. So let's see, goblin standard attack. Okay. Rename. Rename. Okay. Change the values here so that they're fitting on the board correctly. Okay. With the animation, goblin, standard, idle. There's that. Done with that. Rename. We're good there. All right. Now we can change our values here. There we go. And now we can create our animation. Goblin standard walk. There we go. Okay, so those are all done. Now we worry about these two. Okay. Change the values here. Okay. We can create our animation now. Let's see. Goblin, carry, idle. What's that? Rename. Rename. Oh, ah. No, it was, yeah, okay. Actually, I clicked in the wrong spot. All right. All right. Those are all taken care of. So now we grab these two, we make our animation. Let's see. Goblin, carry, walk. We gotta keep with the same naming convention because otherwise, you know, if I switch like goblin and carry around or something along those lines, then I'm I'm not gonna have the code find the right animation and therefore it won't do anything. So you want to make sure that your naming is accurate to your code. Otherwise, you're just gonna kind of screw everything up. So okay, so we should be fine for the rest of this. Just doing a double check here on these. Yeah. Okay, so now we move down to our goblin trap. Change the values here. Okay. Go ahead and add those animations. So, let's see. What was the naming conventions for this again? Oh, right. Trap, goblin, standard, idle. Okay. Good there. Rename. Okay. Change our values here. There we go. And now we can create our animations. So, trap, goblin, standard, walk. Okay. There we are. Now we can add our animations into the respective prefabs. There we go. Okay. Almost forgot I need to modify these animations with their loop time and pose and change their frames per second. So let's go ahead and take care of all that. Which reminds me, I don't think I did this for the other enemies as well, so I need to go back and take care of those. Or at least double check. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do it. Okay. I like the fact that the animation window there kind of stays open when you switch between the different animation sets here. So I appreciate that little um, design feature of Unity. Makes things a little bit easier. Who knows? Maybe it's a bug, or they consider it a bug. But I personally like it. So okay. Oh, missed one. Just another stats. Okay, so now we should be good on everything here. Here. And here. Now, I'm probably going to need to like come down here at some point in time and like modify the speed a little bit more, seeing that uh probably going to be um the animations aren't going to be that great in that they might be a little too fast again. So I'll need to kind of readjust the speeds, but we'll worry about that once we start like, you know, loading up the game, loading up each of these individual, um, each of these individual um, enemies and see whether or not it's actually building um, building animations correctly. So we'll see about that. Okay, now We can go to our animation controller. We can check in our ghost, trap ghost, ghoul, trap ghoul, and now we can look in our goblin, which obviously we haven't set up everything yet on this. So 1 second, music's paused. There we go. Now, if you're wondering, hey Jim, you're playing music, why aren't you sharing with the rest? Well, that's because of copyright. You know, it'd be nice if we can actually get the music companies to kind of work with us. You know, we'll play the music, we'll advertise the music, just don't take away all of our funds from it. You know, um, this is concerning both Twitch and YouTube, and but I've already kind of um, addressed this multiple times already, so um, it's just kind of frustrating. So, but all right, now we can modify our speed here. Okay, there's that. And now everything's good here. Now we go to our trap goblin here and we move these guys down. There we go. And we modify our speed here. There we go. Now, everything should be good. Should be. Um, Everything looks to be in order. Everything looks to have the right kind of parameters and the like set up here. Now, if we hit play, then our goal should be doing the animation for, um, should be idling. And it isn't. Okay, so we're still having a problem with our animations here. So, um, okay, let's go ahead and move these down here. Don't want these two. Hmm, let's see. Um, there's that. I'm putting a NA next to the Ghost Hunter because once again, I don't know whether or not I'm going to be including it into the game or not. So, I don't have any kind of animations. I don't have any kind of sprites. I don't have anything for it right at this point in time. I don't know whether or not I really want to include it. Um, so it's gonna have to wait for now. If I come to the conclusion that the game is hard enough um, then then I will go ahead and remove the ghost hunters completely so it doesn't take up additional space for the downloads. But um, I may add that into like version 2 of the game or something along those lines. You know, Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins 2. I may add actual hunters, you know, actual, you know, ghosts that actually hunt the hunters. So, um, and obviously at that point in time, both the hunters kind of face off against each other, then they're going to basically do battle, fight with each other till, one of them kind of gives up on the other. I would most likely give the advantage to the ghost hunter. Um, the only thing that would probably be able to kind of defeat a ghost hunter outright would be like the ultimate hunter that I kind of was teasing a little bit for the humans. But again, that's another asset that may or may not be added into version 1. Um, we're just putting it there for now. So if we need to kind of come back to it and um, set everything up properly for it, then it'll be there. But for now, we're not going to touch it. So move these prefabs back down here so that it uses all of the animations and the like, seeing that it doesn't actually have the controllers there. Okay. There we go. Get rid of these two. Okay. Now rename. There we go. Okay. Now let's save it real quick. And now let's play it again and see whether or not our ghouls are once again having some problems with animations. It shouldn't, because I believe I put in the code in the scripts to handle at least the ghoul animations, but I could be wrong. Oh, missing reference exception. Okay. Right, right, right. I forgot about that. So because I had to remove the sprites in question here, um, it's missing the references. There we go. Now it should be fine. Maybe. Oh, spawn point changed. Don't worry about this, and that's basically all these guys. So the fact that these guys are animating is a nice thing to see. Aha! There we go. We have our idol. It's a little fast, but I mean, it might be okay. Might be okay for now. But hey, he's there. So, so that's a positive. Okay. Now what we're going to do, we don't really need these there anymore, so we can get rid of them. Um, Now what we can do is go back to the code here. We have our ghouls kind of set up. Let me make sure that we are, um, the code itself is set up for each one properly. And it's looking like we're good. They're all pretty much the same right at this point. So that's, you know, um, just so you folks are aware, um, there's going to be slight differences between the three of them. Hence the reason why I'm separating the code out um, into their own, um, you know, classes. But I mean, I could probably just do something like, enemies and add a lot of this in there. Um, because a lot of this is pretty much duplicate code. You could pretty much put it into like an abstract, so that um, the slight differences that you might want can be there in their own classes. Like much like what I have here, but um, the um, I could have like an enemy script, for example, much like how I have the agent and human, for example. And, much like how warrior is um, referencing human, I could have, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins referencing the enemy if I really wanted to. But um, we don't know everything that I'm gonna be needing to do on it, so we'll just leave it for what it is. So plus there, plus there's going to be a little bit of difficulty in that uh, the you know handling the constants, the naming conventions of these, inside like an enemy script, for example. So um, all these here would have to kind of change around a little bit to basically say, oh yeah, we're including this particular constant and not, you know, that particular constant, for example, whatever. So, um, but I mean, it's all fairly, you know, standard for the most part. Okay. Hmm. I'm suddenly wondering if I should make human an abstract. I don't think I should. Because if I made human an abstract, then that would mean that warrior would have to kind of copy a lot of the functions that human has, and it doesn't have forest or mithril or anything along those lines. So I think we're good on that. So, all right, now, um, okay, we got that all taken care of. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Okay. So I've already put in the code for all of these guys. So if I change this to the other viable levels, so if I do say 3-1, oh, okay. Now here's where the test really kind of comes in. Can we get the are we getting the right spawn points for um, for the monsters? Are we getting the um, are we getting the right sets of monsters based off of the level? You know, these are things that needs to be addressed. So okay, okay. So we got our two enemy camps. Okay, that's a problem. So we're having a problem with our monsters here. Hmm, let's see. Okay, we're doing ghouls and ghosts. So let's check our code here. Let's respond after 1. Okay. Interesting. It didn't go through the ghoul to spawn the ghoul yet. See, it's handling the human spawns, but it didn't. It failed on the ghoul, which I mean we've already kind of tested and it verified that the ghoul is actually kind of working properly. Um, so for example, if I was to switch this back to the first one here again, and we ran this again, then we shouldn't be we should be seeing the ghoul without any problems again. I really should reduce down the spawn time on that. Let's just object you want to instantiate is null. Interesting. Once again, we're having some issues with hmm. Oh, right. Um, stay put. There we go. Save. Can't even see the nose at this point. Alright, here, let's just reduce down the time to 0 for both of them because I just want the animations to be shown. So, okay, so let's kind of go one at a time here. So the first one should be ghouls. So the next one should be ghosts. So we're gonna change our monsters. And let's see. Hmm. Why do we have traps in there being generated and what happened to my animations? That's not good. see. Ghost trap ghost, right? Standard. And idle. Walk. Attack. It all looks fine. Hmm. I actually want a little bit of a um, delay on the creation of those guys a little bit so I can kind of see the animations a little bit more. Hmm. I mean, is it so simple that it's not really showing the animations per se on this? So, hmm. Okay, so the animations are going. As we keep on adding in additional ghouls, the we're having a little bit of a delay in there. So as you keep on adding more and more into it, it looks, it's probably going to be looking as though it's kind of standing still a little bit, probably. Okay. Well, I mean, we've basically confirmed that these guys are still able to be added in and animated. So so that's a positive. The size of these guys are a little concerning. I'm gonna need to make sure that the collision for these guys are still kind of small for the most part. If the collision gets to a point where um, I want to keep the collision to a bare minimum there, so I don't have to worry about um, the particle effects kind of causing collisions or whatnot when they start kind of moving around. So, because like if this one moves across here and suddenly like hits like the foot of a human down, here, for example, then I don't necessarily want that kind of collision to happen in mid-game. If this guy's kind of going across here, why he would and not go up to capture the human, who knows? Um, but I don't want this to kind of cause any problems with the collision. Like for example, if the human's starting to kind of walk up there, the ghost kind of tries to follow to this square here, um, then I don't necessarily want the collision to happen like around this point. Oh, there's our trap on number 18. All right. Okay, so we actually have some randomization in there a little bit more. Um, Obviously, we're going to need to check to see, balancing issues and so on and so forth, what, um, and all that jazz, later on. But for right now, we're just kind of testing to make sure that they're all being generated, they're all being animated, and um, and we're not going to have any kind of like major problems with them based off of their spawn locations, um, and where they are on the map. So the code that I made before, concerning spawn locations is actually working properly. So now that we've done that, we can now go back to our game manager. We can change our monster here to goblins, and we see if we have any problems with the goblins showing up. And of course, the map increases in size, but okay, this is where our goblins are going to show up. There we go. Okay. Now this should bring in both the ghouls and the ghosts. Okay, ghost is in, ghoul is in. Awesome. Okay. Now this time we should be having the ghosts and goblins. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Ghouls and goblins. Okay. Here's the goblins. And there's the ghouls. Okay. And then this is the last monster level where it has all three of them. So if everything is coded up correctly, then we should be seeing all three popping up on the map, and popping up in their respective spawn points. Yeah, good, good, and good. Okay, so now So from what I'm seeing right at the moment, we're not really having any kind of issue with, confusion of spawn points or anything along those lines, which is good. That's the way I intended the code to work. You know, um, if if for some reason we had like the ghost showing up on the goblin spawn point or something along those lines, or whatever, then I know that there's a problem with my code, and I need to make sure that everybody has their own respective spawn points to them. Okay, I don't want these guys, popping up at random cities when they really should be only focused on, one particular location, and that's it. Okay, these guys will always spawn here. Okay, always spawn at one particular spot, no matter what. Okay. Um, I do this because, um, I don't want to make a list of where they could spawn. Okay. So, for example, for the humans, I have a list of where they spawn at. Okay. And when a resource gets removed, that spawn point, um, that spawn point list increases over time. Okay. The problem with the enemies is that they're never going to harvest any kind of resources. Okay. They don't need to. Their purpose is to kill off the humans. So, um, so they're not going to be, trying to collect any of the forests or anything along those lines. Okay. I could put it to where, if there's two spots open, then you know, both of the spots could become available for it. But it just adds a little bit extra code that's really not that necessary, to be honest. Um, I have it set up so that the spawn point will always kind of remain in one particular location. Um, I won't have any kind of resources blocking, and I don't necessarily need to create a list for only two spots for that. Okay. Um, well, I mean, I could have like another variable for the second spot if I really needed to and wanted to, so I don't have to have a list if I don't, want it. Um, but I don't necessarily want to like it's just keep it simple. I'm just gonna keep it simple, not worry about it, not stress over it. So maybe in like the second version or something like that, I'll um, you know um, like um, for example, if I decide to add a fourth enemy into the game or something like that, I would have to kind of change the landscape a little bit. Or I would have to, well, I would have to kind of change the board. Um, Especially if I want to have all four of them attacking the player all at once. Okay. Um, so, um, So I'd have to kind of change the board. That would also mean that the um, the spawn points for like the four cities, for example, that might actually have to change because um, instead of the two spots, from the triangle, okay, I'm gonna have to try to mimic, a square in some fashion or another. So um, the the possibility of multiple spots might be along the lines of, there might be three spots that become available to a particular enemy spawn zone, for example. And so, I might want to expand out the possible spawn points for the enemy. So, and it might actually kind of cause a little bit more difficulty um, for the player if for some reason whatsoever, they're able to actually push the enemy back to their main city, which good luck with that. I mean, I'm gonna try to build this in such a fashion where um, the you'd have to be really on top of your game to be able to do that. Um, and even then, you know, I'm, my intention is to kind of stack it against you. So if you're intending to play this game and you want to try to, you know, push the enemy back to their spawn sites and keep them there, yeah, no, no, I don't. Um, I'm gonna make it harder for you to do that. Okay, that's gonna be nigh impossible in my opinion. Okay, and I'm the and I'm the game dev. um, if someone can do it, then that would be impressive. But um, the amount of resources that would be necessary for you to build the barriers to kind of contain them, uh, build enough resources to have the warriors fight them back to allow to build a barrier. You know, you're not going to win the game if you try that. Okay. Um, you need a certain number of resources to proceed onto the next map. If you don't care about proceeding onto the next map, then I guess you can devote all your resources to making the warriors necessary to fight against the enemy, but um, you're not going to win that way. Or at least that's where my mind is right at the moment. So, but we have all the monsters spawning on the map in their spawn points, um, and they're animating their idle. So we're looking good. We're looking good right at the moment. So now we start getting into the next steps. Now we start getting into movement. This is where things start getting interesting because now um, there's multiple factors in that's gonna need to happen during this movement. One, they need to find a way to kind of move around the board. Okay, I mean, um, I'm gonna need to keep an eye on the board coordinates. Okay, I'm gonna need to have them work on their pathing. I'm gonna need to switch the animation from idle to walk for each one of these, um, for each agent that's on the map. Okay, and then switch back to idle once they get to their destination. Okay, um, and then I need to make sure that I time it in such a fashion where they are, um, um, traveling from one tile to the next takes a little bit of time. Okay, not like super molasses amount of time, but still takes a amount of time to get from one tile to the other. Okay, um, I don't want them going, speed demon all around the map or anything along those lines. That'd be really hard for the player to keep track of. Some do. Some players might be able to. Okay, but um, others probably not. Okay. Um, you'd have to be like a supercomputer to be able to kind of track all the units that are on the board traveling around in Mach speed, and trying to figure out, okay, where I want them to go, so on and so forth. You'd have to be an actual computer to be doing that, um, which we are. So we have that going for, that we need to kind of work out. And then after all that is said and done, then I'm going to need to worry about, um, can I put down um, a point that the human workers or the human and the warriors are going to be able to walk to? Okay, meaning, um, I want to tag a location, and it's the humans' jobs and the warriors' jobs to get to said location. Okay. That's going to be like the next step after that. Okay. Um, I want to do that because the player themselves, they're going to be able to go, hey, I want this resource, or I want this specific resource right here taken care of, or hey, I want a barrier set up right here, or I want a attack bear and banner set up right here, so all the warriors kind of flood to that particular location. Okay. Um, I want to be able to kind of handle that so that, you know, um, I specify, which location I want on the board, and they'll go to it. So, and, I'll obviously, fudge around with it, assign values um, that are even off the board. Okay, they are not reachable. Okay, if if that happens, then you know they shouldn't. Well, I mean, they'll still be moving around the map, but they won't be focused on that particular spot. Okay, they're not gonna go like all suddenly rush out to that one particular location because it's not there on the board. Okay, I need to make sure that that happens because if the player accidentally clicks off the map, okay, the units aren't going to try to get to it. So, um, this is going to be interesting. Um, so we're going to be needing to kind of work on our movement, which means we're going to be adding the information into our agent for the most part. because the agent class is going to be meant to kind of handle all the movement for all the units. So, um, it will handle um, the directions, the movement, the timing, and so on and so forth. Okay, so yeah, hey, we're proceeding along pretty nicely right at the moment. Um, now that we have our animations set, hmm, okay, so okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna need to uh, there's two kind of steps that you need to handle when it comes to movement. Okay. Um, for the most part. Okay. I'm really um, simplifying it. But so the you have I guess you might say the macro version of movement, and meaning that you have multiple um, multiple tiles of movement that you are kind of working on. Okay, meaning that um, if the enemy needs to kind of go from their spawn point all the way down to the human city, okay, they're going to need to path down there, okay, which, I normally have used A star for my pathing on that, but we'll see whether or not there might be a better algorithm for pathing, okay. Um, I've been out of the AI loop for a while now, so there might be a better, more efficient pathing than A star. Okay. All right. Here, let me kind of show what I'm talking about here. So, um, A star. So, um, they have a kind of a visual of it. Um, or at least they were kind of, or at least I believe, yeah, here we are. Um, so um, you start off from one particular spot here, okay, and you're checking all your surrounding nodes, trying to get to a particular location. So you start off here, and you start kind of, um, going in the direction of um, where your destination is located at, and um, you're basically putting all the nodes that you want to check, to see whether or not you can actually kind of go to that one particular spot into like a list, a queue, um, well, a queue in this case. Um, and you're checking each one of those nodes to see whether or not you're actually getting closer to said destination. Okay. Now, I'm not putting any kind of weights in the map. Okay, meaning, um, so in one particular example, okay, you could have what's called weights added into your um, into the path itself. So, in other words, um, say you're trying to go from point A to point B. Okay. You have a point C down below, for example, that you can kind of go to. So, say, for example, um, if you take point A to point B, and the speed limit is like, say, 50 miles per hour or something like that. Okay, super slow, for example. Okay. Um, but I mean, the miles isn't that far. Like maybe you only have like maybe 5 miles to go, but you're only getting, 15 miles per hour. Not exactly fast travel time. Okay, but maybe A to C to B, you're traveling like 60 miles per hour, but you're doing like 10 miles, double the amount of miles, but you're traveling 4 times as fast. You know, which which is the best path. You know, so you're adding a little bit of weight to each of these different paths, saying, you know, this might be a little bit harder to go through than this path over here. Okay? I'm not doing that for this game. Okay, I'm not having the enemy or the um, humans traveling over or through resources or no. Damn it, music! Why did you stop? All right. Um, Hold on. Wanted to make sure that the little lights didn't pop up, because that drains the batteries a little bit faster. Um, all right. So um, we're not going to be dealing with any kind of weights. Okay, so it's going to be unweighted pathing from point A to point B, for example. Okay, so um, the the downside of doing something like this is that the the amount of time that it takes to search all of these nodes to get from point A to point B. Okay, it takes a while. Okay, you're you know it's it's not. I mean, it will give you the correct path. Okay, eventually, but it might take a while um, to try to find that path to your destination. Okay. Um, it's one of the reasons why there might be better algorithms out there for better pathing. Okay. Um, I know of A star from when I went to college several years ago. That was one of the more that was like one of the best um, pathing algorithms that you can have at that time. Okay, things might have changed since then. More um, the someone might have created something that's a little bit faster. Like for example, maybe this B star is actually a little bit better. You know, um, I don't really know. Okay, and there's even this D star. So um, so um, so we'll have to kind of see which ones are better overall. You know, um, I may need to kind of look into um, the big O notation for these to see what you know what is the cost of each one of these different paths and see which one um, has a um, better time overall. Obviously, you're trying to look for the big O notation of n log n to make sure that you're taking care of things super quick. Okay, but I'll, I'll put a but in there. Okay, sometimes n log n might not be the best search that you really need. Okay, for example, okay, bear in mind, okay, if you have a large data set, okay, um, yeah, I'm talking like you know thousands to millions of data sets kind of thing, then obviously you want n log n. Okay, but if you have something like that's like maybe 4 or 5 or something along those lines, then sometimes your search might only require like a bubble search, for example. Yes, those searches that are really terrible, you know, for large data sets is actually fairly efficient with very small data sets. Okay, so you have to kind of um, keep that in mind if you're kind of building your own um, if you're trying to look into searching through values or something along those lines. Okay, um, know what know what your data set is so that um, or have a rough idea as to what your data set might consist of, and so therefore um, you'd be able to kind of figure out which algorithm would you actually use based off of the data set. Okay, if it's super small, you might just need like bubble or um, or some other simpler ones. Bubble just comes to mind right at the top of my head, kind of thing. And it's one of the easier ones. But um, but obviously, it might be simple to make and simple to implement. But if you're trying to find millions of dataset values or trying to sort millions of dataset values and stuff like that, probably not the best algorithm for that. So Yeah, well, probably. No, there is no problem about it. It is a definite no-no to be using bubble sort when it comes to a, million item data set. Just don't do it. Just do not do it. You are killing yourself if you're doing that. Okay. Um, so here, let me try to explain a little bit more if you're kind of curious. Big O notation. So um, I wonder if they have a chart on here at all. I believe they do. Okay, there we are. So um, so typically analog n is one of the better um, comparison sort, heap sort, merge sort, so on and so forth. Okay, this is typically one of the better of the sorts that you want. Okay, um, but like I said, you might want to go with something that has like the bubble sort or something along those lines when you're dealing with something that is um, a super small amount of um, values to it. Okay. Um, so, you know, I'm not saying that it's gonna be perfect every single time, but it's something that you have to kind of be aware of when you're looking at your big O notation. So, okay. So, okay. Worst case performance. Let's see. I wonder. Let's see. Search algorithms. Um. Let's see. Search algorithms. Big O. Mm, let's see. Okay. Well, that doesn't really help me. Never mind. Let's see. Um, let's see. That's not really what I wanted. Um, hmm, okay. Let's see. Yeah, not exactly ideal. Eh, Um, hmm, yeah, I mean that's this doesn't really work for us all that much because we're not sorting anything or anything along those lines. Okay, so um, let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Appropriate search algorithm also depends on the data structure being searched. It may also include prior knowledge about the data. Some database structures are especially constructed to make search algorithms faster or more efficient, such as search tree, hash map, or database index. Um, Flex if O log n or log my time. Yeah, instead, the maximum number of operations needed to find the search target is a logarithmic function of the size of the search space. Now, yeah, the Jedi, welcome back. Now, the values um, in what I have in my pathing, um, it's not going to be a lot. Okay. Um, the um, the amount of squares, the amount of hexes on our map here, you know, isn't in the millions. Okay, so the searching shouldn't be that bad, but um, let's face it. If I'm trying to get from this spot up to that spot, okay, with A star, it's gonna check, going all the way to, around this area as well. And maybe even that might be the correct path to kind of get up to that particular zone, okay? If the Kushkal's algorithm, sets it up to where the pathing for this, the trees and other resources are blocking it in such a fashion where, they need to kind of go, all the way down here, for example, just to get back up here, then that could be a possibility. Okay. Um, everything's kind of possible when you leave it to random chance on that. So, um, if I was the player, I'd be like, hell no, am I, going to go all the way down here just to kind of get up to this spot, I would, dig through the resources to get to that particular location. Um, but obviously, you're making a straightforward path from the home city to, closer to the enemy. So the enemy could use that to their advantage as well. So they just have to kind of bear that in mind. They are leaving themselves open if they try to do that. So um, but um, I need to fix the resources. Obviously, I'm not. We're only seeing one resource out of the five different resources. So we gotta fix that. Um, re-upload the resources back and try to work on that. Um, but the um, one thing that we're gonna need to work on, there's the large movement in that, hey, we need to get from this spot to this spot, so we're gonna need to kind of path up to there, you know. And then there's the movement of just moving from one spot to another, and that's it. Okay, so we're gonna concentrate on trying to just do, one spot to another and add some randomization into it so that they're kind of maybe moving back and forth. Okay. And we'll see how that works out and how, uh, if we're having some additional problems with that or anything along those lines. Um, so let's see. Um, okay. Let's see. Hmm. So now let's go ahead and get to our code here. Um, this is where things get a little bit interesting because now I'm having to try to, handle the movement of these prefabs around. It's been a while since I've done that. So um, um, let's see. Um, okay. Hmm. should probably have this more towards the agent than inside the human. So the idea is, if they're still kind of walking from one hex to another, then I don't want them, um, I don't want them like, well, mid movement towards, the one hex to suddenly go, oh wait, I want to go this way and start going off in that general direction. Okay, I don't want that to happen. I want them to kind of get to go from one spot to the next, and then move to another spot if it comes to that. So, um, I need to try to remember everything that was kind of going into movement and the like. I don't think I really remember all of that though. Um, we're also going to have to deal with the um, um, looking at the board, getting the hex keys, and looking at the neighbors around it, um, and determining where to move from there. So, um, and of course, if there's something that is like, hey, you can't move here, then we need to stop that individual from moving to that particular spot. So, like, if it's a resource, then we need to stop that agent from going there unless they're meant to kind of harvest said resource. So, um, mm, okay, so let's see. Bool move. I'm doing this. Oop. Nope. 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 What's this? What's this? I don't want that. Um. So, I want to find a um. We're gonna use this to try to get to um. We're just gonna kind of use this to kind of move from one tile set to the other. We're gonna use this to kind of randomly move, and then we're gonna use this one to kind of move to the nearest location. Um, so we're gonna need to kind of do pathing for that. Um, so, hmm, let's see. Gotta be careful with this here. Um, so the the other side of things that I want to try to handle is the fact that okay, so right now, um, we are looking at a map that is completely visible. Okay. There's no um, everything is you can see everything for the player. The player can see all the map. They can see all of the enemies and so on and so forth. Okay. And they can see the path that you want to take to get around the map. Okay. Um, that's not that much of a challenge. Okay. Um, so I plan eventually to do a like a fog of war, um, you know, darken up the area if they are not able to visibly see, um, what's kind of beyond them. Now, here's the thing that could potentially be a problem with that. Um, so let's say, um, here, let me grab an old website that I was using quite some time ago, and we'll use it to our advantage here. Um, all right, so say we have our our grid here. So let's say we have this wall of resources, right? Okay. And we need to get to, say, that spot over there, but we are over here, okay? Um, you know, um, if our if our view is like maybe 3 squares kind of thing, then we're gonna be like, uh, 3 squares towards our source, okay? So we're gonna, you know, kind of keep on moving in this kind of general direction towards it, right? So we're gonna move forward a little bit, okay? Good. Still nothing blocking our path, so we move a little bit closer to our destination. Oh, there we go. Now we have this wall, all right? So now, which way do we go? Do we go to the south? Do we go to the north? Well, um, we still want to kind of get to this point, and our pathing is giving us basically same kind of um, you know points. It's saying, hey, you can go this direction or you can go that direction to try to get to said point. Well, um, you know, this spot is still somewhat closer to this spot, so or that spot is closer to that spot, so we're randomly gonna need to kind of choose, which direction do we want to kind of go in, okay? Especially if we're dealing with a fog of war situation. So let's say we move down. Well, now we have these locations here, and we have these locations here that are basically saying, okay, well, um, actually no, we still have kind of these spots available. Okay. Now we just went closer to our destination by one, but here's the thing. This spot now is a little bit further away than that spot there. Okay. Based off of the fog of war. Okay. So what happens? Okay, well, maybe we need to kind of go back to this spot right here, a little bit closer to our destination, but we can't, get past this wall. So now our search is, um, actually it's more like that, but now our search is along these lines. Okay. And now we're at a conundrum because now both paths are once again, you know, equidistant from our destination, and we can't go any further, you know, to, you know, to the east in this particular case to get there because we are being blocked. Okay, so now, you know, randomly, let's say we want to go down. Okay, so now we have this vision opened up, and we have that for up above. Now we're looking at these, and well, um, this is a little bit further away from that than this one is. You know, so um, I forget the exact term for it. Basically, it's going to lead to your agent kind of going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to figure out which direction do I want to go. Okay, you're basically going to have your agent going, I don't know where to go, so I'm just going to keep on going back and forth and not go anywhere. Okay, um, that's a risk when you're dealing with um, when you're kind of dealing with the fog of war and artificial intelligence. Okay. Um, Now, for a player, you know, we might be able to kind of see that we want to kind of get to a particular location in another fashion. Okay, like, you know, we see the fact that there's this opening right down here for it. So, you know, we might know, hey, let's control this guy to continue going down south, get around this so we can actually get to our destination. Okay. Um, so um, as a player, we would be able to kind of see it, but for an AI, it might not always be outright understandable on where to go. Okay. So it's gonna have a problem trying to move from, you know, move away from its two spots of movement, for example. Okay, it's just gonna keep on moving back and forth until it has some way of understanding that it has to kind of move more in a certain direction to determine whether or not, you know, it is actually going in a proper direction. Um, now, um, now we could give the full map to the artificial intelligence. Okay, we could say they have no problem seeing this entire map. They are not blind. So, you know, they, you know, seeing that you started out here initially, you know, they could pick that path to kind of go around, you know, to get to that particular location. Okay. So, um, you know, they can definitely do that. Okay. But um, that could potentially cause some irritation by the player going, well, how are these guys supposed to, how are these guys knowing where exactly I am? Well, I mean, they know in that, you know, uh, they have to kind of go towards the center of the map, but, you know, if an enemy experiences the same kind of, um, you know, the same kind of maze or whatnot to try to get around, you know, how are they able to determine based off of the fog of war how to kind of get around that particular blockage, you know. Um, so so like for example, if this person is like right there, for example, you know, um, are they gonna kind of continuously, you know, go up against this particular wall trying to get to their destination? Or are they going to be able to see the entire map to go, oh, okay, I have to kind of go out here to move around to get to my destination, you know? Um, you know, as a player, you know, you the fog of war, you know, especially if it's like a complete, you know, if the land is completely hidden from you, like you cannot see, you know, what's beyond your vision. So, like for example, you know, seeing that you're, um, so say like you're in this particular spot, you know, you can't see these spots here. So, you know, you don't really know, you know, you want to try to get towards, you know, in this particular direction, but you might not know how to actually get there. Okay, you might turn this corner and suddenly, you know, this path that you thought might be there is suddenly blocked off. Okay, so now you have to kind of go to, you know, another direction. Like, hey, you know, you turn the corner and you go, oh, okay, well, you know, let me go up this way. Oh, it's blocked. Oh, okay, well, we'll have to go back around the other way. For an AI, is it going to remember that it came from in here? Are you going to give it the entire map so that it can move around this perfectly fine? These are all these are all considerations that you, the game dev, you know, the game developer will have to determine. You know, like for example, um, I was playing World of Warships a couple weeks back, right? Okay, and I was playing a lot of the um, I was playing a few AI matches and the like. So at one point in time, I had a destroyer, okay, whose job is to be very well hidden away from, um, you know, you can't see it on the map. You don't know exactly where it's located at. None of that. Okay. If you're not detected, you're not visible, you know, to the you know, on the field of battle. You can't necessarily see that particular location. Um, Nor are you visible on the map. So another player would be looking at you and going, I have no idea where this person is. Okay, I don't see him on the map. I don't see him in, um, I don't see him out there on the ocean. You know, whatever, right? Um, but I remember there was one time where I was basically, you know, moving around some battleships, and they kept following me. They weren't detecting me. You know, it would show like, you know, you are detected. Okay. They weren't firing on me either. Okay. So I gotta stress that. Okay. They were not firing on me. They were not shooting at me. But here's the thing. They were clearly following me. Okay. There was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. They, I went up around them. Okay. Staying out of their detection range. Okay. And they moved following me around. Okay. There was no, maybe this guy, maybe the destroyer, turned south. instead of, went north the way I did. They they had no hesitation on their direction. They knew where I was on the map. Okay. Um, Now they didn't know enough to fire on me, which was good. I appreciated that, but they knew where I was. Okay. That's that's information that a regular player would not have. Okay, for obvious reasons. So, um, you know, um, as a game dev, do you want that to happen? Okay, do you want to give the artificial intelligence that amount of information? Maybe, maybe not. If you give them that information, then certainly it makes for a harder time on the player. Okay, because um, they might try to run away from you or try to stay hidden or whatnot, but the AI is still going to find them. Okay, you can definitely try to increase the difficulty range on when it comes to that. But you're going to have some people that aren't really happy about that either. They're going to be looking at that and going, well, this AI cheats. If you're happy about that, if you're okay with having that kind of negative view of your game, then go ahead and do that if you really want to. But just bear in mind, you run that risk of potentially alienating your customers or the players that are playing your game. So you have to be very cautious when it comes to that. Um, Now, um, so if it was me, I don't like when AIs are able to um I don't like when AIs are able to instantaneously know exactly where you're at. Okay. Um there's no scouting from them. Okay. Um it's one of those um it's the same kind of thing when it came to say real-time strategies such as um, Warcraft or Starcraft. You know, um, the AIs would always know exactly where you were located at and will always go towards that particular direction. Okay, and will always find the best path. Okay, they will always traverse through the trees to get to your location, no matter what. Okay, if there's a path, they will have the most efficient path to get from their destination to your base, hands down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. Um, it makes things a little difficult for you, especially if you don't have your defenses up or anything along those lines. But um, it's just something that you're gonna have to kind of contend with when you're dealing with that. Um, but as a game dev, do you want that to happen? Okay, do you want the AI to know exactly where to go, with the pathing that they need to get to the human base? Personally, I don't like that. I don't like that kind of um, um, I don't like that necessarily potential on that. Now, what I could do, what I could do is we've already kind of discussed this before. Um, let's see. Easy, medium, and hard. Now, I could state, hey, hard. Let's go ahead and do AIs know the exact path to the human base. Okay. In hard mode, okay, fog of war is up for the humans, but the AIs know exactly where to go. I could, I could, I could state that outright. You know, I could state that. In the uh, game descriptions, I could basically say the enemy knows where you're at. They know the map. You do not. I could definitely put that in there. Okay. Um, I could say something like, you know, uh, AIs for easy have um, um, fog of war. Player does not. I could give the player their the entire map for easy. Okay, so that they can see the entire map. Okay. Um, but the AIs have to kind of do a search around, and it might take them a little bit of time to actually try to find you. Okay. But once the fog of war has been dissipated from them, if they've figured out a path to kind of get to you, then they're just gonna kind of start flooding in that particular path. Okay. Um, so unless they find like another path or the player themselves create um, um, players create a easier path for them. Who knows? AIs have fog of war. Player has fog of war. Okay. I could definitely do that. When it comes to um, easy, medium, and hard levels. You um, I could also do something along the lines of um, we can give the players a little bit of a choice on map and um, we can kind of give them a little bit of choices like, hey, um, we could give the AIs a little bit of a harder time, to pass it with hard. Like I could probably put in a little bit of like a random glitch to them. So after like, 5 blocks, they randomly go to another direction, or something along those lines. Like, hey, I want you guys to go to this particular resource. Okay, they go along trying to get to that resource. 5 blocks later, they turn a corner the wrong way or something like that. So, and they might need to kind of correct themselves. Who knows? Could definitely throw that in there. Could um, could increase the number of enemies. You know, like for easy, could have just a couple. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. What? Um, types of changes could I make to increase or decrease the difficulty? Um, God of War. Number of enemies. Um, intelligence of agents, both human and enemies. Um, let's see, what else? Um, let's see, let's just do P God of War. Let's see, and then there we go. Let's see, what else could I do? Let's see, number of enemies. Let's see. Intelligence. Okay. Let's see. Number of enemies. AIs have a few. AIs have normal amount. Have extra amount. Okay. See. Humans are smart. Enemies are dumb. Humans are average. Enemies are average. And then let me switch this around. There we go. Humans are dumb. Enemies are smart. R. There we go. Let's see. What else could be methods of increasing difficulty? Resource collection. Okay. That. Um, a little, only a little amount. A normal amount. An extra amount. Um, let's see. Now, okay. Why am I looking at this a little bit? Why am I looking at, easy, medium, and hard a little bit more? Okay, well, here's the thing. Um, the, I need to make sure that my game is um, accessible for all. Okay, that's the whole purpose of doing this. Building the game, so that I can kind of get used to the process of doing it, as well as, um, you know, getting to a point of game design so that, the next time I build a game similar to this, then I'll have an idea as to what I want to do for the next game. Okay. Now, some of this might not be um, might not be needed for, say, like the next game. So like maybe I'm doing a platformer. You know, I'm probably not gonna worry about, fog of war, resource collection, or something along those lines. Okay. Um, so um, so some of these details might not necessarily be needed. Okay, um, but certain um, details might still I still might want to hold on to some of these details so that I can use them for later. Okay. Um, the other side of things is the fact that there are individuals out there that may have a hard time if I just use what I have but on its own. For example, um, you know, uh, let's go to um, color. Let's look at color blindness, for example. Okay, not everybody has color blindness. Okay, but there's still quite a few people that do. Okay, so what if I don't put in any kind of color blindness fixes or adjustments in there? Okay, then that means that there's going to be, a few players that are out there that might not be able to play my game, okay? That are going to be looking at it and going, I can't see where the enemies are, okay? Like, for example, um, if they can't really see, green or brown, for example, then what are they going to do with this guy? They're not going to be able to see him at all, okay? Green is one of those colors that tends to be um, that some people have a hard time seeing. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to have to kind of adjust this to help those particular individuals out. Okay. I'm going to need to kind of have different skins to these guys that I can swap out depending on um, the if someone basically says, "Hey, I'm blue-green colorblind," or something along those lines. I'm just kind of throwing things out there. Just humor me on that. Okay, so um, so I'm gonna need to kind of change everything that has like a green color to them to something else like a a pink or something like that. Okay, just something random or well, not maybe necessarily random, but change it into a color that the player is going to be able to figure out. Okay. Um, um, another, uh, another topic that, or another um, player base, for example, that I'm going to kind of need to worry about is individuals that are um, like there's quite a few individuals that are in wheelchairs that like playing games, for example. Okay, they might not have arm controls um, or maybe they might not have depth perception or whatever. They have some kind of disability uh, um, that is causing them a difficulty on playing the game. Okay, I need to try to address that so that it can be marketed to those individuals as well. Okay. Again, I don't know exactly how I'm going to be able to do that. That's something that I will need to kind of research a little bit later on. Okay, as to how to handle the player controls. Okay, and make it easier for those individuals to not have as much difficulty. But one of the things that I saw, coming from, um, oh gosh, what is his name? It was like Steve or something like that. I've seen him on Twitter. I just don't think I have him. Um, I don't think I'm following him at all. So, um, yeah, Steven. Let's see what Able Gamers. Um, that's the group in question. Okay. Um, you know, one of the tweets um, that he made at one point in time was, that I saw. I was like going, okay, I need to consider this. Okay, and that was, um, I think it was something like along the lines of every game should have an easy mode. Okay, or every game should have an easy level or easy difficulty. Okay, meaning that you know these individuals might love the game that they're playing, but um, but the normal difficulty that some of us might find really easy might be extremely difficult for them. Okay, and um, you know if I want this particular game to be able to be used, say by able gamers, for example, then I need to make sure that I kind of address that as well. Okay. Again, I don't know exactly how I'm going to be able to do that because, once again, I don't have anyone that might be able to kind of test that out for me. Okay. I might reach out to this to Steven here to um matter of fact, let me see. I do not have I am not following him, so let me go ahead and do that. So maybe, you know, as I'm as I'm getting closer to the end of this game, okay, I'll reach out to Steven and say, "Hey, listen, I have this game. I want to test it out and make sure that you guys are able to play it. Can you please give this beta a try and give me feedback? Give me information that I can use to help you." Okay. Or they might actually have the information already there for me. They might have it on their website. Like, hey, instead of these kind of controls, use these kind of controls, or something along those lines. Okay. Could be totally possible. Okay. Um, so, um, you know, now it, I'm gonna attempt to help them out. Okay. I'm gonna attempt to help, other people out on this one particular game. Okay. Um, I want it to be inclusive to a lot of people as I possibly can, okay? But at the same time, there may be a point where I might not be able to do everything, okay? There might come a point where uh, I'm looking at their requirements. I'm looking at, what they want me to do for, changing up the game to, help a small subset of people. Okay. And I may look at it and go, there's nothing I can do. Okay. And, maybe the type of game that it is might make it completely impossible to help these particular individuals out. Okay. Um, Now, or at least it might be very difficult based off the game to help some of these individuals. You know, I'm just throwing that out there. Okay, you should always kind of strive to make sure that that doesn't happen. Try to figure out ways um to kind of bypass those difficulties. Figure out ways to um if like um if someone can't use a mouse and keyboard, for example, maybe try to figure out how to use a controller. You know, um, figure out what works and what doesn't. Okay. Um, so, um, you know, uh, as a dev, you know, you want to try to make your game as accessible as you possibly can make it. Okay. Um, if you don't, then you're, um, you know, you're basically losing, you know, potential players. Okay, potential customers to look at your game, to play your game, to give you the feedback that you're looking for. Um, you know, and bear in mind, okay, if you do present a game or application or something along those lines, you're gonna have people that are gonna be looking at it and going, this is trash. What are you doing? You know, this is a terrible game. Don't worry about it. They're not giving you any kind of constructive criticism. Okay, they don't matter to you. Okay, focus on the ones that actually kind of say, hey Jim, you know, this level is interesting, but could you maybe do something along these lines to try to figure out how to like get the pathing right, or you know, something along those lines. Okay. Or maybe they are upset that, say, like the hunters are still being trapped by the trap goblins or something like that. Okay. You know, they might put in some things in there saying, can't we just have the hunters be able to ignore these traps or something along those lines? You know, now sometimes their suggestions might go exactly against, you know, like you changed up the game balance, you know, including those particular elements. You might have added those particular elements to actually make the game balanced. And if they were saying, you know, hey, you know, remove said elements, then you have every right to say, sorry, this is actually keeping the game balanced. If I remove it, then I put it in the enemy's favor, I put it in the player's favor, what have you. Okay? You have every right to say that. Okay? You have every right to go back to that person and say, sorry, that's not possible. Okay? Um, we've already kind of determined that doing said step would ruin the game for everybody else, you know, or something along those lines. Okay. Um, but if you build the game in such a way where you are um, where a group of players are not able to play it, meaning that it is designed in such a fashion where it's not accessible. Um, you have all the colors that are cause problems for colorblind players. Um, then you're setting yourself up for failure. There's no question about it. Okay, you are ignoring your player base. So um, figure out ways to try to work with that. Try to figure out ways of fixing your game so it is inclusive. So um, so yeah, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for the night though, because it is now 6 o'clock. Time for me to close down the stream. Didn't get into the movement of the agents. Um, I next week we are probably going to be um, working on um, we're going to be looking at pathing a little bit more. Well, actually, no. What we want to do first is allow for the agent to move from one block to another. So we need to handle that. Okay, that's the first thing that we would need to do. Okay. Uh, then we need to put in randomization into it, meaning that so we are able to move from one spot to another. That's great. Now we need to move multiple times in a random direction, random ordering or whatnot. Okay, so the person just the agent just kind of runs around willy-nilly, all over the place. Okay, it has no official path to it. Once we get that, once we figure out that part, then we can start working on our pathing. Okay, can we get from point A to point B and be able to figure out, the direct route of that? Okay, can we make sure that we don't have a player get to a point where it's it's not going to go anywhere? Okay, it finds a dead end, and it's like, why are you still stuck in that dead end? Okay, you should be. There's always a path everywhere on the map, or at least I believe there should be. Um, so, I should be able to put down, hey, I want, this particular individual to go um, from the human spawn point to the enemy spawn point, and they should always be able to find the path. Okay, so there's a lot to do next week. Okay, um, I'm gonna need to get the art assets for the other resources back up again, so that it's visible on the map, and then we're gonna start working on the pathing. We're gonna start working on the movement. Sorry I wasn't able to do that today. Um, I was already kind of feeling like I should probably close out today's stream, seeing that I kind of did everything that I kind of wanted to do today, and I finished early. So, um, but I mean, we were able to kind of come up with, some additional information and like, how to kind of approach these a little bit more. So, um, but um, we're probably going to need to figure out if there's anything else that I might want to give the um, give the players. Um, let's see. Oh, I just figured it. Far of war radius, meaning that um, we could, yeah, reduce down the area of, how a human can see beyond it. Okay, I could limit the radius to a point where um, it could be like 2 blocks for um, hard, it could be 4 blocks for medium, and it could be like 6 blocks for easy. You know, that kind of thing. So, um, so they're able to kind of see beyond a little bit more. I don't want to give the hard mode like a single block because, what happens when an enemy comes like directly right next to a human player? Well, it makes things a little bit harder for them to kind of counter that if they can. Um, so, at least with 2 squares, they might be able to say, "Warning, run away," or something along those lines. So, um, so yeah, a lot of things to kind of work on. A lot of ideas that we still need to kind of work out and flesh out on this game, but we're still moving along here, there, folks. So hopefully you'll continue to join me on this. All these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if you have any interest in any of those, feel free to check those out. Come talk with me if you want. Um, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this channel down below on my Twitch About page. So if you're interested in what games I play during the week, as well as these coding streams that I do every Sunday, then stop on by during any one of those particular days, depending on what you see on the schedule. Just know that I do stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST currently. Um, and um, so if you want, just stop on by during that window of time. Say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. I'm happy either way. Um, I would love to kind of chat with you guys about, some of these games and coding and stuff like that. I don't mind doing that. So if you want to, feel free. But it's perfectly fine if you don't want to. Okay. Um, but that's where we're going to go ahead and close on down for the night there. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.